Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Truth About What the Mirror of Erised Really Shows. In the depths of Hogwarts Castle, forgotten chambers hold artifacts of immense magical significance. Among these treasures, few have captured the imagination quite like the Mirror of Erised. Its ornate gold frame stands tall, inscribed with words that, when read backwards, reveal its true purpose. I show not your face, but your heart's desire. Yet what if this mirror, this seemingly straightforward magical object, conceals secrets far more profound than Dumbledore ever revealed to young Harry Potter? The canonical understanding of the Mirror of Erised comes primarily from Harry's encounters with it during his first year at Hogwarts. As you might recall, Harry discovered the mirror quite by accident while wandering the castle at night beneath his father's invisibility cloak. Night after night he returned to gaze upon the vision of his family, his parents standing beside him, smiling, surrounded by generations of Potters he would never know. Meanwhile, Ron Weasley saw himself standing alone, Quidditch captain and head boy, holding both the House Cup and the Quidditch Cup, accomplishments that would set him apart from his brother's shadows. Albus Dumbledore found Harry during one of these nighttime vigils and offered what seemed a straightforward explanation. The happiest man on earth, he told Harry, would be able to use the Mirror of Erised like a normal mirror. That is, he would look into it and see himself exactly as he is. This explanation has long satisfied readers and wizards alike. The mirror simply shows us what we most desperately wish for. But what if Dumbledore's explanation was deliberately simplified? Consider for a moment the nature of desire itself. Our deepest desires are rarely as straightforward as we might believe them to be. They layer upon themselves like sediment at the bottom of a still lake, older wishes supporting newer ones, creating a complex foundation of longing. Perhaps the Mirror of Erised does not simply show our conscious desires, but rather reaches deeper, displaying what our souls truly crave, even if our conscious minds have never articulated these desires. When Harry looked into the mirror, he saw his family alive and well. The obvious interpretation is that Harry desired to have known his parents, to have had a normal childhood. But what if the mirror was showing him something more profound? What if it was showing him not just his family as they were, but as they could have been? A glimpse into an alternate reality where Voldemort never came to Godric's Hollow that fateful Halloween night. This would suggest the mirror might show not just desires, but potential alternate realities, paths that could have been taken, lives that could have been lived. The etymology of Erised itself might offer a clue. Beyond the simple backward spelling of desire, the word bears a phonetic resemblance to Eris, the Greek goddess of discord and strife. In mythology, Eris was known for revealing uncomfortable truths through chaos. Perhaps the Mirror of Erised similarly reveals truths about ourselves that extend beyond mere wishes, truths that might sow discord within us if we dwell too long on what cannot be. Consider Dumbledore's own experience with the mirror. When Harry asked what he saw, Dumbledore claimed to see himself holding a pair of thick woolen socks, a humorous deflection that Harry accepted without question. But later revelations about Dumbledore's past suggest a far more haunting possibility. Did Dumbledore see his sister Ariana alive and well? Did he see himself reconciled with his brother Aberforth? Or perhaps most painfully, did he see himself and Grindelwald as they might have been? two brilliant minds working together for the greater good, without the tragedy that tore them apart. If the mirror of Arist truly shows the deepest desires of our hearts, then it must account for the complexity of human emotion, the contradictions, the nuances, the desires we cannot admit even to ourselves. What if the mirror shows not just what we want, but what would truly make us whole? What if it reveals the missing pieces of our souls, the aspects of ourselves we have lost or never developed? This might explain why the mirror posed such danger. Dumbledore warned Harry that men had wasted away before it, entranced by what they saw. But perhaps this warning carried more weight than we realized. If the mirror shows potential realities that never came to pass, dwelling on these visions would be not just distracting but actively harmful, a constant reminder of what could have been but never was. Like a pensieve of alternate memories, the mirror might offer glimpses of lives unlived, choices unmade, potential unfulfilled. Consider, too, the mirror's placement within Hogwarts. In Harry's first year, it was moved from its forgotten chamber to become the final protection for the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore's enchantment caused it to reveal the stone, only to someone who wanted to find it, but not use it. This complex magical modification suggests that the mirror's original magic was equally sophisticated, not simply revealing desires, but interacting with intentions, motivations, and the deepest truths of the viewer's character. Quantum theory, in the Muggle world, suggests the existence of multiple realities, branching timelines created by every choice made or unmade. What if the mirror of Erised somehow taps into this magic? What if, rather than showing simple desires, it reveals the reality that might have been most fulfilling to the viewer, the timeline where their soul would have found its greatest completion? For Harry, this would indeed be a world with his parents. For Ron, a world where he found individual recognition. For Dumbledore, perhaps a world without the mistakes that defined his life. This theory might explain why Dumbledore cautioned against dwelling on the mirror's visions. To see one's perfect reality, not just a fulfilled desire, but a complete alternate life, would indeed drive one to madness. Imagine knowing, with perfect clarity, the person you might have become, the life you might have led, had circumstances been different. Such knowledge would make the present reality pale in comparison. The Ministry of Magic keeps records of all known magical artifacts, but many of its files remain sealed, accessible only to unspeakables who work in the Department of Mysteries. What if there exist records of the Mirror of Eris's creation? What if it was not designed merely as a curiosity, but as a tool for deeper magical research, perhaps even as a window into alternate realities? The Department of Mysteries contains a room filled with time-related magic. Might the mirror's magic somehow be connected to this field of study? As the embers in the hearth begin to fade, casting the room in gentle shadow, we are left to wonder about the true nature of the Mirror of Erised. Is it merely a reflection of our conscious desires, as Dumbledore told Harry, or does it reveal something far more profound, the alternate realities where our souls might have found their greatest fulfillment, the paths not taken that would have led to our most complete selves? And as you drift towards sleep, perhaps you might consider, if you were to stand before the Mirror of Eris tonight, what would you see? And more importantly, would the vision reveal not just what you think you want, but a truth about yourself you have yet to discover? Chapter 2. Why Cedric's death was planned by someone other than Voldemort. The tragic events in the graveyard of Little Hangleton stand as one of the darkest moments in the wizarding world's recent history. As the shadows of memory stretch across the grounds, we are drawn to examine more closely the death of Cedric Diggory, a moment typically attributed to Voldemort's casual cruelty with the words, "Kill the spare." But what if Cedric's presence in that graveyard was not mere chance or misfortune? What if his death had been orchestrated long before the Triwizard Cup transformed into a portkey? Tonight, we shall explore the intriguing theory that Cedric's death was planned by someone other than Voldemort, a calculated move in a much larger, more complex game of wizarding chess. The canonical understanding of Cedric's death is straightforward on the surface. Both he and Harry reached the Triwizard Cup simultaneously in the maze. In a moment of Hufflepuff fairness, Cedric suggested they take the cup together, a shared Hogwarts victory. Upon touching the cup, they were transported to the graveyard where Voldemort, not yet restored to his body, ordered Wormtail to kill Cedric with the words, "Kill the spare." This suggests that Cedric's death was impromptu, unplanned, merely the elimination of an unexpected witness. But let us consider the circumstances more carefully. The Triwizard Tournament was reinstated after many years, coincidentally during the very year that Voldemort planned his return. Barty Crouch Jr., disguised as Alastor Moody, manipulated events throughout the tournament to ensure Harry's participation and ultimate victory. These facts are well established in the canon. But what if Cedric's participation, and specifically his journey to the graveyard, was also part of a carefully constructed plan? Consider the symbolism inherent in Cedric's death. The Hufflepuff champion, embodying fairness, hard work, and loyalty, cut down at the very moment of his triumph. His murder marked the first death of Voldemort's second rise to power, setting a tone of ruthless cruelty for what was to follow. One must ask, could this symbolic first killing have been deliberately chosen? There are several candidates who might have planned for Cedric specifically to accompany Harry to that graveyard. Let us first consider Barty Crouch Jr. Throughout the tournament, he manipulated events to ensure Harry would reach the cup. But we must note that his interference in the maze was more complex than necessary, if Harry was the only intended target. Crouch removed obstacles from Harry's path, but also stunned Fleur and placed Victor Crumb under the Imperious Curse. These actions affected the entire field of competitors, potentially influencing which champion might reach the cup alongside Harry. What if Crouch specifically engineered circumstances to ensure a Hufflepuff would be the one to die? Hufflepuff House represented everything the Death Eaters despised: inclusivity, fairness, valuing hard work over blood status or cunning. Beginning Voldemort's new reign with the murder of Hufflepuff's champion would send a powerful message to the wizarding world about the values that would be targeted. But perhaps Barty Crouch Jr. was merely following orders. Perhaps the plan to include Cedric originated with Voldemort himself. The Dark Lord was obsessed with symbolism and magical significance. While the canonical explanation suggests Cedric's death was an impromptu decision, what if Voldemort had always intended for a second student to arrive with Harry, a witness to his rebirth, the first sacrifice of his new era, chosen specifically for the message it would send? There exists, however, an even more unsettling possibility. What if Cedric's death was planned not by Voldemort or his followers, but by someone ostensibly on the side of light? We know that Albus Dumbledore often worked with information others did not possess, making decisions based on his understanding of the greater good. The prophecy regarding Harry and Voldemort spoke of the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. What if Dumbledore, with his extensive knowledge of magical theory, believed that witnessing death was necessary for Harry to access some deeper magic that would eventually help him defeat Voldemort? Harry had of course been present at his parents' murder, but he had been too young to comprehend what he witnessed. The death of Cedric, a friend, a fellow champion, a good person, would affect Harry profoundly in a way that no other experience had. It would connect him to the Strahls, creatures associated with death and the veil between worlds. It would give him a personal stake in the fight against Voldemort beyond his own survival. This theory, though disturbing, aligns with what we later learned about Dumbledore's character and methods. He was willing to make difficult, sometimes questionable decisions in service of defeating Voldemort. The most notable, of course, being his plan for Harry himself. The boy he raised like a pig for slaughter, in Snape's words. If Dumbledore could plan for Harry to sacrifice himself, might he also have engineered Cedric's death to serve a greater purpose? Of course, there remain other possibilities. Consider the politics of the Ministry of Magic at the time. Minister Cornelius Fudge was deeply invested in maintaining the appearance that all was well in the wizarding world. He had approved the reinstatement of the Triwizard Tournament as a means of promoting international magical cooperation. When Harry returned from the graveyard with Cedric's body, claiming Voldemort had returned, Fudge immediately began a campaign to discredit him. What if certain elements within the Ministry had received intelligence about Voldemort's potential return, but chose to ignore it for political reasons? What if they allowed the tournament to proceed, even knowing it had been compromised, because a student's death would be easier to explain as a tournament accident than the return of the darkest wizard of all time would be to acknowledge? The Ministry's subsequent actions, denying Voldemort's return, discrediting Harry and Dumbledore, align with this theory. Perhaps most unsettling is the possibility that multiple parties were working with different information and different goals, each contributing to the circumstances that led to Cedric's death. Crouch Jr. Following Voldemort's orders, Dumbledore permitting events to unfold according to his own plans, Ministry officials turning a blind eye to warning signs, all these forces converging to ensure that Cedric Diggory would touch that cup alongside Harry Potter. The aftermath of Cedric's death reveals additional curious elements. His murder galvanized Dumbledore's army. It created a martyr figure, the first victim of the new war, whose memory could inspire resistance. It turned public opinion eventually against the Ministry's denials. In many ways, Cedric's death served purposes that extended far beyond the graveyard of Little Hangleton. Consider, too, the words spoken over Cedric's body at the Hogwarts memorial service. Remember, Cedric. Remember, if the time should come when you have to make a choice between what is right and what is easy. Remember what happened to a boy who was good and kind and brave, because he strayed across the path of Lord Voldemort. These words transformed Cedric's death from a random tragedy into a moral lesson, a rhetorical tool in Dumbledore's efforts to prepare students for the coming war. As the night grows deeper and thoughts drift like fog across the grounds of Hogwarts in our imagination, we must consider this disquieting possibility, that Cedric Diggory's death was no accident, no impulsive killing of a spare witness. It may have been a carefully planned sacrifice, part of a complex web of intentions, manipulations and calculations that spanned from the Department of Mysteries to the Circle of Death Eaters to the headmaster's office at Hogwarts itself. The true nature of the plans surrounding Cedric's death may never be known. Like so many events in the wizarding world, it remains shrouded in the mists of what might have been and what might yet be revealed. But as you close your eyes and consider these possibilities, perhaps you might ask yourself, in the great wizarding chess game that played out during Harry's years at Hogwarts, how many moves ahead were the true masters playing, and how many seemingly random events might actually have been pieces carefully positioned across the board, long before their significance became clear. Chapter 3. How Slytherin's monster was transformed into a basilisk. Deep beneath the foundations of Hogwarts Castle, where the ancient stonework gives way to rough-hewn tunnels carved through bedrock, lies one of the wizarding world's most notorious secrets, the Chamber of Secrets. For centuries, the legend of Salazar Slytherin's hidden chamber, and the monster within it, struck fear into the hearts of Hogwarts students. But what if the creature that Harry Potter encountered in his second year, the basilisk, was not the original monster placed there by Slytherin himself? What if the King of Serpents was the result of a transformation, a magical evolution that occurred long after Slytherin's departure from the school? According to the canonical history, Salazar Slytherin built the Chamber of Secrets during the founding of Hogwarts, roughly 1,000 years ago. He sealed within it a monster that only his true heir could control, a creature that would one day purge the school of those Slytherin deemed unworthy to study magic. When Tom Riddle opened the chamber, the 1940s, and later when Harry confronted the monster in 1993, that creature was revealed to be a basilisk, a giant serpent whose gaze brings instant death, whose venom is among the most potent magical substances known, and whose lifespan can extend for hundreds of years. But this straightforward account leaves several questions unanswered. How did the basilisk survive for nearly a millennium without food? Why would Slytherin choose a creature that, while deadly, could be defeated by something as common as a rooster's crow? And perhaps most importantly, why would a wizard of Slytherin's caliber, one of the four greatest magical minds of his age, rely on a known magical creature rather than creating something uniquely suited to his purpose? Consider the nature of a basilisk itself. According to Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, a basilisk is created by hatching a chicken egg beneath a toad, a method known since ancient times. This means that any sufficiently determined dark wizard could create a basilisk. Would Slytherin, whose ambition and cunning defined his character, settle for a creature that others could potentially replicate? What if the monster originally placed in the chamber was something far different? Something created by Slytherin himself, a magical innovation that demonstrated his greatness. Perhaps it was a creature designed specifically to identify and eliminate those with no magical ancestry, a living embodiment of Slytherin's beliefs about blood purity. The transformation theory suggests that this original creature underwent a magical metamorphosis over the centuries, eventually becoming the basilisk that Tom Riddle and later Harry Potter encountered. But how might such a transformation have occurred? There are several fascinating possibilities. The first possibility involves deliberate transformation by one of Slytherin's descendants. We know that between Salazar Slytherin and Tom Riddle, there existed generations of the Gaunt family, descendants who maintained the ability to speak Parseltongue. What if one of these descendants accessed the chamber, and, finding the original creature inadequate or weakened with age, transformed it into a basilisk? This would require exceptional magical skill, but not beyond what might be expected from a descendant of Slytherin himself. Magical history records numerous examples of wizard-created magical species. Aberforth Dumbledore was famously accused of practicing inappropriate charms on a goat. The quintape, according to legend, was created through human transfiguration. What if a similar process, far more complex and darkly magical, was applied to Slytherin's original monster? Another possibility is a magical accident or unexpected interaction. The Chamber of Secrets exists in close proximity to the lake, where the giant squid and merpeople dwell, and not far from the foundations of Hogwarts itself, a building saturated with centuries of accumulated magic. What if some confluence of magical energies, perhaps during a particularly powerful magical event at the school, triggered a transformation in the creature? Consider, too, the nature of Hogwarts magic. The Room of Requirement physically transforms itself based on need. The staircases move of their own accord. What if the Chamber of Secrets itself possesses similar adaptive magic? Perhaps as the centuries passed and the perceived threats to wizard kind evolved, the chamber's magic transformed its guardian into the form most suited to Slytherin's original purpose. Most intriguing is the possibility that the transformation occurred as a result of the creature being left alone for centuries in a highly magical environment. Magical creatures adapt and evolve differently than their non-magical counterparts. A magical creature, abandoned in a chamber built by one of history's most powerful wizards, surrounded by ancient enchantments, and fed by underground streams connected to a lake teeming with magical life. Such a creature might undergo extraordinary changes. What evidence supports this transformation theory? Consider that the basilisk Harry encountered was enormous, far larger than any basilisk described in wizarding literature. This suggests either exceptional age or an unusual origin. If the basilisk was originally something else, its unusual size becomes more explicable. The basilisk's extraordinarily long lifespan also raises questions. Even magical creatures must eat. While snakes can survive long periods without food, 1,000 years of isolation would require more than simple hibernation. If the creature underwent a magical transformation, perhaps this transformation also altered its relationship with time, allowing it to exist in a semi-dormant state for centuries, aging differently than an ordinary basilisk would. Consider, too, the chamber itself. Its design, with elaborate serpent carvings and a massive statue of Slytherin, seems almost theatrical, designed for dramatic effect. What if these elements were added, not by Slytherin, but by a later heir, who transformed both the chamber and its monster to create a more impressive legacy? The historical record provides additional clues. There are no accounts of basilisk attacks at Hogwarts prior to the 20th century. Surely over 1,000 years, the chamber would have been discovered by someone with Parseltongue ability before Tom Riddle. The absence of earlier incidents suggests either that the chamber remained truly undiscovered, which seems unlikely given the number of Parselmouths who must have attended Hogwarts over the centuries, or that the chamber's guardian was not always the instantly lethal basilisk that it later became. What might the original creature have been? Perhaps it was a magical serpent of Slytherin's own creation, able to sense magical ability or bloodlines, but lacking the basilisk's lethal gaze. Perhaps it was something more akin to a magical construct, not a living creature at all, but an enchanted guardian like the chess pieces that protected the Philosopher's Stone. Or perhaps it was something entirely unique, a magical innovation lost to history when it was transformed into the more recognizable form of a basilisk. The implications of this theory extend beyond mere historical curiosity. If Slytherin's monster was transformed, this suggests that the Chamber of Secrets itself may contain deeper magic than has been revealed. Perhaps other transformations, other secrets that even Tom Riddle never discovered. It suggests that Salazar Slytherin's legacy is more complex and nuanced than the straightforward narrative of blood prejudice that history has recorded. As the night deepens and the imagined sounds of water dripping in distant stone passages fade into the background of consciousness, we are left to wonder about the true nature of the chamber and its guardian. Was the basilisk always there, patiently waiting through the centuries for Slytherin's heir, or was it the result of magical transformation, deliberate or accidental, that changed the original guardian into the King of Serpents? As you drift towards sleep, perhaps you might consider what other aspects of wizarding history have been simplified over time. What other magical transformations might have occurred in the forgotten corners of places like Hogwarts, where ancient magic accumulates like dust in shadowed corners, occasionally stirring to create something new from something old. Chapter 4. The Truth that James Potter was an animagus before meeting his friends. The mist rises from the grounds of Hogwarts as twilight settles over the ancient castle. In the shadows between the forbidden forest and the still waters of the lake, one might almost glimpse the silhouette of a stag, proud and majestic, moving silently through the gathering darkness. The image of James Potter in his animagus form has become iconic in the wizarding world, a testament to extraordinary magical talent and unwavering friendship. The conventional narrative tells us that James, along with Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew, undertook the complex process of becoming animagi during their Hogwarts years to accompany Remus Lupin during his werewolf transformations. But what if this well-established timeline conceals a more intriguing truth? What if James Potter was already an animagius before he ever set foot in Hogwarts, before he met the friends who would become the Marauders? According to the canonical history, James Potter, Sirius Black, and Peter Pettigrew spent 3 years mastering the animagius transformation, finally succeeding in their 5th year at Hogwarts. This remarkable achievement, accomplished without adult supervision or guidance, allowed them to safely accompany Remus Lupin during the full moon, when he transformed into a werewolf. The fact that 3 teenage wizards managed this extraordinarily difficult magic, which many adult wizards never master, has always been attributed to their exceptional magical talent and determination to help their friend. But this explanation leaves several questions unanswered. How did 3 young wizards, talented though they were, accomplish something that typically requires years of study under the guidance of a skilled mentor? How did they avoid the potentially catastrophic magical accidents that can occur during the process? And perhaps most significantly, why was James Potter, a pure-blood wizard raised in a magical household, sorted into Gryffindor rather than Slytherin, despite displaying the ambition and cunning that would typically appeal to Salazar's house? Consider the Potter family legacy. The Potters were an ancient wizarding family, descended from the Peverells, and connected to some of the oldest magical lines in Britain. Though never vocal supporters of blood purity, they were nonetheless a family of considerable magical heritage and accomplishment. Fleamont Potter, James's father, was a gifted potioneer, who quadrupled the family fortune with his invention of Sleekazy's hair potion. Might not such a family have preserved magical knowledge and traditions that extended beyond what was taught at Hogwarts? The theory that James Potter was already an animagus before Hogwarts suggests that the transformation was not a schoolboy project undertaken to help a friend, but a family tradition, perhaps even a rite of passage for Potter heirs. This would explain James's exceptional confidence and magical ability from his earliest days at school. It would also explain why he, as the instigator and leader, was able to guide his friends through the transformation process with such success. Several pieces of evidence support this intriguing possibility. First, consider the nature of James's animagus form. The stag is a symbol of pride, nobility, and protection, qualities that aligned perfectly with the Potter family values. In many magical traditions, an animagus form reflects the wizard's inner nature and family heritage. If the Potter family had a tradition of the animagus transformation, it would make sense that James's form so perfectly embodied his family's characteristics. Second, there is the matter of James's exceptional magical confidence from his first year at Hogwarts. According to Sirius Black's and Remus Lupin's later recollections, James was unusually assured in his magical abilities, taking risks that other first years would never have attempted. This confidence might well have stemmed from having already mastered one of the most challenging forms of self-transfiguration in the wizarding world. Third, consider the timing of the Marauders' accomplishment. By their own account, they mastered the transformation in their 5th year, far earlier than would seem possible for wizards who began the process from scratch at Hogwarts. But if James was guiding them based on his own prior experience, this timeline becomes much more plausible. Perhaps most telling is the nature of the Potter family's relationship with the Ministry of Magic. Despite the legal requirement that all animagi register with the Ministry, James never registered his ability, nor did he encourage his friends to do so. This suggests that the Potter family tradition of the animagus transformation may have existed outside official ministry oversight for generations. Many ancient wizarding families maintained magical practices that they considered private family matters, beyond the purview of ministerial regulation. If James Potter was indeed an animagus before meeting his Hogwarts friends, this would cast his entire school career in a new light. His friendship with Sirius Black, another scion of an ancient pure-blood family, might have been based initially on shared secret knowledge rather than just schoolboy camaraderie. His antagonism with Severus Snape might have stemmed not merely from house rivalry or competition for Lily Evans's attention, but from Snape's perception of James as someone hiding significant magical secrets. This theory also offers a new perspective on James's relationship with Albus Dumbledore. The headmaster's apparent tolerance for the Marauders' rule-breaking might have been influenced by his awareness of James's unusual magical heritage. Dumbledore, with his deep interest in ancient magic and his networks of information, would likely have known if the Potter family maintained traditional magical practices outside the standard Hogwarts curriculum. Consider, too, how this might have affected James's relationship with Lily Evans. If James was hiding the secret of being an animagus from his earliest days at Hogwarts, this would have created a significant barrier between them, one that could only be overcome when he finally trusted her enough to reveal his true nature. This might explain the sudden shift in their relationship in their 7th year, when Lily finally saw beyond James's arrogant facade to the person beneath. The implications of this theory extend beyond James himself. If the Potter family had a tradition of the animagus transformation, this suggests a deeper connection to transformation magic than has previously been recognized. Harry Potter's own extraordinary magical abilities, particularly his natural talent for defense against the dark arts, might be seen as an inheritance not just of his parents' general magical gifts, but of specific family magical traditions. Might Harry himself have had an easier path to becoming an animagus had he been raised in the Potter household? The question is tantalizing. Just as Harry inherited the invisibility cloak, a hollow that had been passed down through generations of Potters, he might also have inherited a family legacy of transformation magic that was never realized because of his parents' untimely death. This theory also casts an interesting light on the Marauders map, perhaps the group's most impressive magical creation. The map's ability to identify people regardless of disguise or invisibility suggests magic that goes beyond what would be available to ordinary Hogwarts students. If James brought to the project not just his own talent but generations of Potter family magical knowledge, the map's extraordinary capabilities become more explicable. As the night deepens and thoughts drift like autumn leaves on the surface of the Great Lake, we are left to ponder this alternative history of James Potter. Was his animagus ability truly a schoolboy achievement, remarkable though it was, or was it something deeper, a family legacy that shaped his identity, his friendships, and ultimately the path that led to his son becoming the boy who lived? As you close your eyes and journey toward dreams, perhaps you might consider what other family magical traditions might exist in the wizarding world, passed down through generations, shaping the abilities and destinies of young witches and wizards in ways that remain hidden from the pages of history. Chapter 5. Why Dumbledore Created the Prophecy About Harry and Voldemort. The flickering candlelight casts long shadows across ancient tomes and silver instruments, their gentle whirring providing a rhythmic backdrop to the silence of the headmaster's office. In this chamber of secrets and strategies, we consider one of the most provocative theories in the wizarding world, that the prophecy which shaped the destiny of Harry Potter was not merely witnessed by Albus Dumbledore, but deliberately created by him, a calculated gambit in his decades-long chess match against Tom Riddle. The canonical account tells us that Sybil Trelawney delivered the prophecy during her job interview with Dumbledore at the Hog's Head Inn. In a harsh, hoarse voice unlike her own, she spoke words that would alter the course of wizarding history. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. This prophecy, partially overheard by Severus Snape and relayed to Voldemort, set in motion the chain of events that led to the murder of Lily and James Potter, Voldemort's first defeat, and ultimately the final confrontation between Harry and the Dark Lord. But what if this commonly accepted sequence of events conceals a far more complex truth? What if the prophecy was not a random magical occurrence, but a deliberate creation, a sophisticated piece of magical manipulation orchestrated by Albus Dumbledore himself? Consider first the timing and location of the prophecy. Dumbledore chose to interview Trelawney not at Hogwarts, where such meetings would normally take place, but at the Hog's Head Inn, an establishment run by his own brother Aberforth. Was this choice of venue coincidental? Or did Dumbledore specifically select a location where he could control the environment while maintaining plausible deniability? The presence of Severus Snape at this precise moment raises further questions. Dumbledore later claimed he was aware that Snape was listening to the interview, at least until he was discovered and ejected. If Dumbledore knew a suspected Death Eater was eavesdropping, why would he continue with such a sensitive interview? Unless, of course, he wanted Snape to overhear specific information. Then there is the matter of Trelawney herself. Prior to this prophecy, she had shown little evidence of genuine seeing ability. Afterward, despite being hired and kept at Hogwarts by Dumbledore for many years, she made only one other genuine prediction. Why would Dumbledore, who did not even offer divination as a subject when he was initially headmaster, suddenly decide to maintain the position and protect Trelawney so assiduously, unless her role extended beyond that of a simple divination teacher? The theory posits that Dumbledore, facing a war that seemed increasingly unwinnable, created an elaborate deception. He may have used a combination of magical techniques, perhaps a confundus charm, a modified imperious curse, or even the subtle art of memory modification, to cause Trelawney to deliver a prophecy of his own design. This would not be entirely unprecedented. We know that magic can influence the mind and memory in profound ways, but why would Dumbledore create such a prophecy? What strategic advantage could it provide? First, consider the content of the prophecy itself. It is remarkably vague in certain aspects, while specific in others. It identifies neither Harry Potter nor Neville Longbottom by name, but provides just enough detail for Voldemort to narrow his focus to these two children. It speaks of a power to vanquish the Dark Lord, without specifying what this power might be. This strategic ambiguity bears the hallmark of Dumbledore's subtle approach to magic and manipulation. Second, examine what the prophecy accomplished. It transformed the war from an open conflict which Voldemort was winning to a personal vendetta focused on a single target. It drew Voldemort's attention away from his broader campaign of terror and fixated him on eliminating a perceived threat. First Harry, and later the prophecy record itself. In tactical terms, this was a masterful redirection of the enemy's resources. Third, consider who benefited from the prophecy. When Voldemort targeted Harry, he inadvertently created the very weapon that would lead to his downfall. Lily's sacrifice, empowered by ancient love magic that Dumbledore understood better than perhaps any other wizard, provided Harry with a protection that Voldemort could not anticipate or counter. This led to Voldemort's first defeat and gave the wizarding world 13 years of relative peace, time that Dumbledore used to prepare for the inevitable second conflict. Perhaps most telling is how perfectly the prophecy's outcomes aligned with Dumbledore's long-term strategy. He gained a weapon against Voldemort in the form of Harry Potter. He secured the loyalty of Severus Snape, whose remorse over betraying Lily made him Dumbledore's most valuable double agent. And he created a narrative, the chosen one destined to defeat the Dark Lord, that would eventually rally the wizarding world behind Harry when Voldemort returned. If Dumbledore did indeed fabricate the prophecy, this would cast his subsequent actions in a new and more troubling light. His decision to leave Harry with the Dursleys, ensuring a childhood devoid of love and affection, might be seen not merely as a practical necessity to maintain the blood protection, but as a calculated step in creating a wizard who would be willing to sacrifice himself when the time came. As Snape later observed, Dumbledore raised Harry like a pig for slaughter, knowing all along that the boy would eventually have to die to destroy the Horcrux within him. This theory also offers a new perspective on Dumbledore's interest in prophecies more generally. We know he kept a pensieve specifically to examine memories and predictions. We know he was familiar with the Hall of Prophecy in the Department of Mysteries. What if his interest stemmed not from a belief in the power of genuine prophecies, but from an understanding of how fabricated prophecies could be used to manipulate events? Of course, for this theory to hold true, Dumbledore would need to possess extraordinary magical abilities beyond what even the wizarding world attributed to him. He would need to be capable of creating a compelling false prophecy, implanting it in Trelawney's mind, and ensuring that it presented as a genuine magical prediction rather than a magical assault. But given what we know of Dumbledore's exceptional talents, his defeat of Grindelwald, his discovery of the 12 uses of dragon's blood, his work with Nicholas Flamel, such abilities do not seem entirely beyond possibility. The ethical implications of this theory are profound. If Dumbledore created the prophecy, he deliberately set in motion events that led to the deaths of Lily and James Potter, the orphaning of Harry, and ultimately Harry's own walk to what was expected to be his death in the Forbidden Forest. He manipulated not just events but people: Trelawney, Snape, Harry, and countless others who were drawn into the web of consequences stemming from that single prediction. Yet it must also be acknowledged that if this theory is correct, Dumbledore's strategy ultimately succeeded. Voldemort was defeated. The wizarding world was saved. If the choice was between the certainty of Voldemort's triumph and a morally ambiguous path to his defeat, perhaps Dumbledore made the only decision he could. As the night deepens and the imagined whirring of silver instruments fades into the background of consciousness, we are left to wonder about the true origin of the prophecy that shaped Harry Potter's life. Was it a genuine magical prediction, a rare moment of true seeing from an otherwise unremarkable divination teacher? Or was it Dumbledore's greatest and most terrible manipulation, a fabricated destiny created to defeat a Dark Lord who seemed otherwise invincible? As you drift towards sleep, perhaps you might consider, in a world where memories can be altered, minds can be controlled, and perceptions can be manipulated, how can we ever be certain of the truth behind pivotal moments that shape not just individual destinies, but the fate of the entire wizarding world. Chapter 6. How Hogwarts has a hidden fifth house. As moonlight filters through stained glass windows, casting 4 distinct colors across the ancient stones of Hogwarts Castle, a question emerges from the shadows. What if these 4 familiar hues, scarlet, emerald, blue, and yellow, do not tell the complete story of the school's founding? What if, beyond Gryffindor's courage, Slytherin's ambition, Ravenclaw's wisdom, and Hufflepuff's loyalty, there exists a fifth quality, a fifth founder, a fifth house, hidden from common knowledge, yet integral to the very foundations of Hogwarts itself? The canonical history of Hogwarts, as recorded in Hogwarts: A History, and taught to generations of students, speaks of 4 founders who established the school over 1,000 years ago: Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin, 4 powerful medieval witches and wizards who came together to create a safe place where young magical people could learn their craft away from the persecution of muggles. Each selected students according to qualities they valued: bravery, loyalty, intelligence, and cunning, respectively. And when they could no longer personally select their students, they enchanted the Sorting Hat to continue their work. But this neat, symmetrical history leaves several curious questions unanswered. Why does Hogwarts architecture so often feature the number 5 in its design, from the 5 great towers to the 5 sides of the Great Hall? Why does the castle seem to contain far more secrets than 4 founders, working together openly, would reasonably have created? And perhaps most intriguing, why does the Sorting Hat sometimes take so long to place certain students, as if weighing criteria beyond the familiar 4? The theory of a hidden fifth house suggests that there was another founder, another set of values, another legacy that has been deliberately obscured from Hogwarts history. This founder may have been controversial, their values deemed too dangerous or subversive to acknowledge openly, or perhaps they were removed from official records following some great betrayal or scandal that the remaining founders wished to conceal. What evidence supports this extraordinary theory? Consider first the physical structure of Hogwarts itself. The castle is described as having 142 staircases, a number that is not divisible by 4, but is divisible by 5. The castle has 5 known towers: Gryffindor Tower, Ravenclaw Tower, the Astronomy Tower, the Divination Tower, and the Ollery. The castle also contains numerous secret passages and hidden rooms that seem to defy logical architectural planning, as if portions of the original design were concealed or repurposed. Most compelling is the Room of Requirement, a chamber that transforms itself according to the needs of the seeker. This room's magic seems fundamentally different from the enchantments associated with the 4 known founders. Godric Gryffindor left his sword, Rowena Ravenclaw her diadem, Salazar Slytherin his chamber and basilisk, and Helga Hufflepuff her cup. These were all fixed, unchanging legacies. But the Room of Requirement is adaptive, transformative, qualities that might have been valued by a hypothetical 5th founder who prized versatility and adaptability above all else. The Sorting Hat's behavior offers additional clues. Some students, like Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, cause the Hat to hesitate between 2 known houses, but others, like Luna Lovegood or Neville Longbottom, seem to present the Hat with more complex puzzles. What if these students possess qualities valued by the forgotten 5th founder, causing the Hat to consider a house option that no longer officially exists? Let us imagine, for a moment, what this 5th house might have been. If Gryffindor values courage, Hufflepuff values loyalty, Ravenclaw values wisdom, and Slytherin values ambition, what 5th quality might have been deemed essential enough to form the basis of a house? Perhaps innovation, the ability to think beyond established boundaries. Perhaps harmony, the capacity to bridge differences and bring disparate elements together. Perhaps intuition, a gift for understanding the unspoken and sensing the unseen. Or perhaps something more controversial, like revolution, the desire to overturn existing orders and forge new paths. The name of this house, too, has been lost to history, but we might speculate based on the naming pattern of the existing houses. The known houses take their names directly from their founders. If this pattern held true, our fifth founder would have given their surname to their house. Ancient wizarding genealogies mention several powerful magical families whose names have since disappeared from prominence: the Peverills, the Gaunts, the Emerys. Might one of these have been our missing founder? More important than the name, however, is the question of what happened to this fifth house. Why was it erased from Hogwarts history? Several possibilities present themselves, each with profound implications for our understanding of wizarding history. The first possibility is betrayal. Just as the friendship between Godric Gryffindor and Salazar Slytherin eventually fractured over the question of Muggle-born students, perhaps the fifth founder betrayed the others in an even more fundamental way. Perhaps they practiced magic deemed too dark or dangerous even by medieval standards. Perhaps they attempted to seize control of the school for themselves. Or perhaps they sided with Muggles during a time of persecution, exposing the newly founded school to danger. A second possibility is that the fifth house represented values that became politically unacceptable as the wizarding world evolved. If this founder valued qualities like challenging authority or magical experimentation without boundaries, later wizarding governments might have pressured Hogwarts to disassociate itself from such potentially destabilizing influences. The Ministry of Magic has shown itself willing to interfere with Hogwarts when it perceives a threat to established order. Perhaps this interference has a precedent that stretches back centuries. A third, more intriguing possibility is that the fifth house still exists, but in a form unrecognizable to most. What if the fifth house was not eliminated, but transformed? What if its members walk the halls of Hogwarts even now, but concealed among the other four houses? This would explain why some students seem to transcend the typical qualities of their assigned houses, because they actually belong to this hidden fifth classification. Consider the strange case of the Sorting Hat songs. Each year, it sings of the four founders and their houses, but occasionally hints at deeper knowledge, urging unity among the houses and warning of dangers when the four fail to work together. What if these cryptic warnings are actually references to the lost fifth element of Hogwarts, the binding force that was meant to unite the four acknowledged houses? The physical location of this fifth house common room, if it existed, would likely be central to the castle, perhaps directly beneath the Great Hall, where the 5 sides of the room's pentagonal design would align with the 5 points of a star. Interestingly, we know that chambers exist beneath the Great Hall. The antechamber, where first years wait before sorting, is one such space. Might there be deeper chambers, sealed away from general knowledge, that once housed the students of this forgotten founder? The implications of a fifth house extend beyond mere historical curiosity. If such a deliberate omission exists in the historical record, what does this suggest about other aspects of wizarding history that might have been similarly suppressed? What other fundamental truths about magical society might lie hidden, accessible only to those who know where to look? As the imagined moonlight shifts on the stone floor of our mind's castle, casting shadows that form a mysterious fifth shape alongside the familiar four, we are left to wonder about the true complexity of Hogwarts history. Was the school always intended to be divided into 4 houses, or was this neat symmetry created after the fact, erasing a more complex and perhaps troubling origin story? As sleep approaches and conscious thought gives way to dreams, perhaps you might consider, if there were a fifth house at Hogwarts, valuing qualities distinct from bravery, loyalty, wisdom, and ambition, where might the Sorting Hat have placed you, and what forgotten chambers might still exist within the castle, waiting for students who possess the particular qualities needed to discover them? Chapter 7. The ancestry the Sorting Hat takes into account. The ancient Sorting Hat rests upon its shelf in the headmaster's office, seemingly dormant until the first day of September, when it will once again fulfill its purpose, peering into the minds of young witches and wizards to determine where they truly belong. We have long accepted the Sorting Hat's process, as a simple assessment of personality and values: courage for Gryffindor, loyalty for Hufflepuff, wisdom for Ravenclaw, and ambition for Slytherin. But what if this understanding is incomplete? What if, beneath the brim of that tattered hat, a far more complex magic unfolds, one that reaches back through time to consider not just the individual student, but the long ancestral lines from which they descend? According to canonical accounts, the Sorting Hat was created when the four founders of Hogwarts sought a method to continue sorting students after their lifetimes. Godric Gryffindor removed his own hat, and the four most brilliant witches and wizards of their age enchanted it with their combined intelligence, allowing it to assess each student's character and sort them accordingly. The hat's song tells us it can see inside our minds, that nothing is hidden from it, and that it will always place us where we ought to be. Yet throughout the series, we encounter curious sorting decisions that seem to transcend simple personality assessment. Harry Potter, showing attributes of both Gryffindor and Slytherin, is ultimately placed in Gryffindor, his father's house. Draco Malfoy, continuing a generations-long family tradition, is sorted into Slytherin before the hat barely touches his head. The entire Weasley family, across multiple generations, all find themselves in Gryffindor, despite their diverse personalities. These patterns suggest that something beyond individual character influences the hat's decisions. The theory proposes that the Sorting Hat takes magical ancestry into account, not merely family names, but the very magical essence that flows through bloodlines. When the hat sits upon a student's head, it may be sensing not just their present mind, but echoes of their magical heritage, traces of power and potential inherited from ancestors long gone. Consider the ancient magical families of the wizarding world. The Blacks, with few exceptions, were sorted into Slytherin for generations. The Weasleys consistently found themselves in Gryffindor. The Patils, despite being identical twins with presumably identical personalities at age 11, were sorted into different houses. These patterns suggest that the hat perceives something deeper than surface personality, perhaps a magical signature unique to certain family lines. This theory becomes particularly intriguing when we consider families with mixed house histories. Sirius Black, born to a family firmly entrenched in Slytherin tradition, was sorted into Gryffindor, but was this truly a break from his ancestry? Or was the hat recognizing a different branch of his magical heritage? The Black family tree intertwined with many other wizarding families over the centuries, including ones with strong Gryffindor ties. Perhaps Sirius carried a stronger magical resonance from these ancestors than from his more recent Slytherin forebears. The case of Muggle-born students offers a fascinating dimension to this theory. If the Sorting Hat considers ancestry, how does it sort those who seemingly have no magical lineage? The answer may lie in a more complex understanding of magical heritage. What if Muggle-born witches and wizards are not truly without magical ancestry, but are rather the manifestation of recessive magical genes, or dormant magical bloodlines reawakening after generations of silence? The hat, sensing these ancient magical signatures, might sort Muggle-borns based on the magical traditions from which their powers ultimately derive. Hermione Granger's sorting provides an illuminating example. Despite her logical mind and love of learning suggesting a natural fit for Ravenclaw, the hat placed her in Gryffindor. What if it detected in her the reawakened magic of a forgotten Gryffindor line? This would explain not only her sorting but her exceptional magical ability. Perhaps she was not simply a random magical occurrence in a Muggle family, but the resurgence of a powerful magical lineage. This theory might also explain the hat's tendency to take family preference into account. When Harry asked not to be placed in Slytherin, the hat honored his request. Similarly, Neville Longbottom, who might have found a comfortable home in Hufflepuff given his loyal nature, was sorted into Gryffindor, his parents' house. Despite his initial insecurities, the hat may recognize that magical ability often flourishes best when aligned with its ancestral patterns, allowing a student's expressed preference to tip the balance when their heritage suggests multiple possibilities. The magical mechanism by which the hat might perceive ancestry remains a fascinating question. One possibility is that magical ability leaves a kind of resonance or signature that persists through bloodlines. The hat, created by the founders themselves, might be attuned to recognize these signatures and their connection to the magical affinities of the four houses. Another possibility is that magic itself is more inherited than we typically acknowledge, that certain forms or expressions of magic run in families, predisposing their members to particular houses. Consider the known magical specialties of various families. The Blacks showed particular aptitude for darker magic. The Lovegoods possessed an unusual openness to magical possibilities others dismissed. The Longbottoms produced generations of respected aurors. These specializations suggest that magical ability is not uniform but varied and heritable, a quality the Sorting Hat might well be designed to recognize and nurture by placing students in the house most aligned with their magical inheritance. This ancestral sorting theory also offers a new perspective on the concept of being a true Gryffindor or a true Slytherin. Perhaps these phrases refer not merely to embodying the values of a house, but to carrying the magical essence that connects directly back to the founders themselves. When Dumbledore told Harry that only a true Gryffindor could have pulled Godric's sword from the hat, he might have been referring not just to Harry's courage, but to a genuine magical connection to Gryffindor's lineage. The implications of this theory extend to our understanding of magical education itself. If students inherit specific types of magical affinity, then the house system may serve not just as a social organization, but as a specialized educational approach. Each house might nurture the particular kind of magic that runs strongest in its students' bloodlines, explaining why certain magical talents seem to flourish in specific houses. This would suggest that the founders' vision was more sophisticated than commonly believed. Rather than simply grouping students by personality, they created a system that would identify and develop inherited magical specialties, ensuring that each form of magic would be preserved and strengthened through the generations. The Sorting Hat, then, would be not just a selector, but a crucial magical tool for recognizing and categorizing these inherited gifts. As the imagined flame of the Sorting Hat's consciousness dims in our mind's eye, returning to its dormant state until next called upon, we are left to wonder about the true complexity of its ancient magic. Is it merely reading character and preference, or is it perceiving the subtle threads of magical heritage that connect each student to the wizarding world's past? As you drift towards sleep, perhaps you might consider what magical ancestries might flow through your own veins, unrecognized. If you stood before the Sorting Hat, what ancient magical signatures might it detect beneath the surface of your mind? Echoes of power and potential inherited from sources you've never known. Chapter 8. Why Draco and Harry Are Distant Cousins. In the quiet hours of night, as the portraits of ancient wizards slumber in their frames, we turn our attention to the intricate tapestry of wizarding genealogy, where bloodlines intertwine across centuries, connecting families that appear, on the surface, to stand in complete opposition to one another. Perhaps no theoretical connection is more fascinating than the possibility that Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy, sworn school rivals and representatives of seemingly opposite wizarding ideologies, may in fact share a common ancestry, distant cousins bound by blood, despite their apparent differences. The canonical wizarding world presents us with limited information about the extended Potter family tree. We know that Harry's father, James, was a pure-blood wizard from an ancient family. His mother, Lily, was Muggle-born. The Malfoys, meanwhile, are established as one of Britain's oldest pure-blood wizarding families, proudly maintaining what they consider magical purity across the generations. On the surface, these two families could not appear more distinct. The Potters, eventually embracing Muggle-born connections, and the Malfoys rejecting them. Yet, when we examine the complex web of pure-blood wizarding families more closely, intriguing connections begin to emerge. In the wizarding world, the number of truly ancient magical families is surprisingly small, as Sirius Black explained while showing Harry the Black family tapestry at Grimmauld Place. The pureblood families are all interrelated. If you're only going to let your sons and daughters marry purebloods, your choice is very limited. There are hardly any of us left. This limited pool of potential marriage partners created extensive interconnections among the old wizarding families. The Blacks, for instance, connected through marriage to the Malfoys, the Lestranges, the Weasleys, the Pruitts, the Crouches, and many others. These connections formed the first thread in our theoretical tapestry linking Harry and Draco. The most direct connection between the two boys likely comes through the Black family. Narcissa Malfoy, Draco's mother, was born a Black sister to Bellatrix Lestrange and Andromeda Tonks. The Black family, as one of the oldest wizarding bloodlines, almost certainly intermarried with the Potters at some point in their long histories. Though the exact connection is not specified in canon, the mathematical certainty of intermarriage among the limited number of pure-blood families makes such a connection virtually inevitable. A more specific theoretical connection comes through the Peverell line. As revealed in the Deathly Hallows, Harry is a descendant of Ignotus Peverell, the youngest of the three brothers who created the Deathly Hallows. The Peverell family was ancient even in the time of the Hallows' creation. Given their status as one of the oldest wizarding bloodlines, and the limited pool of pureblood families, it is entirely plausible that the Malfoys also carry Peverell blood, perhaps from one of Ignotus's brothers, Antioch or Cadmus. The connection through Cadmus Peverell is particularly intriguing. We know that the Gaunt family, descendants of Salazar Slytherin, possessed the Resurrection Stone, which had belonged to Cadmus. The Gaunts prided themselves on their pure blood lineage and their descent from Slytherin. Given the Malfoys' similar pride in their bloodline and their long association with Slytherin House, it is not unreasonable to theorize that the Malfoy line may have intermingled with the Gaunt or Peverell lines at some point in the distant past. Another possible connection comes through the Potter family itself. While James Potter rejected blood purism, his ancestors may not have felt the same way. The Potter family was wealthy and respected, suggesting a long history in the wizarding world. In earlier generations, when blood status carried even greater social significance, the Potters likely married into other pure-blood families, potentially including ancestors of the Malfoys. This theoretical connection between Harry and Draco carries profound thematic significance. Throughout the series, J.K. Rowling explores the arbitrary nature of blood prejudice. The revelation that the champion of Muggle-born rights and the scion of pure-blood supremacy share the same ancestral blood would underscore the fundamental emptiness of blood purism as an ideology. Consider how this connection might have affected Draco had he known of it. His entire worldview was built upon the superiority of his bloodline and the inferiority of those with lesser blood. How might he have reconciled his beliefs with the knowledge that he shared ancestry with Harry Potter, a half-blood, who nevertheless repeatedly demonstrated magical abilities that surpassed his own? For Harry, such a revelation might have been equally complex. Throughout his years at Hogwarts, he defined himself partly in opposition to Draco and what he represented. The discovery that they shared blood would have complicated that neat division, perhaps forcing Harry to confront the reality that the line between his moral choices and Draco's was thinner than he imagined, that given a different upbringing, he might have embraced the same values he despised in his cousin. The theoretical relationship between Harry and Draco also cast the prophecy connecting Harry and Voldemort in a new light. If Harry and Draco share blood, and Draco is connected to the Gaunt family, Voldemort's maternal line, then Harry and Voldemort might also be distantly related. This would transform their conflict from a battle between unrelated adversaries to a family feud spanning generations, echoing ancient tragic cycles of kinship and violence. We find hints of this connection in the magical resonance between Harry and Voldemort, their twin core wands, Harry's ability to speak Parseltongue, and the mental connection they shared. While the Horcrux explains some of these connections, their potential blood relationship adds another dimension to their intertwined fates. The timing of Harry and Draco's births presents another curious parallel. Both were born in 1980, mere months apart, to families on opposite sides of the First Wizarding War. In many ancient belief systems, cousins born in close succession were thought to share a special bond or fate. This timing, combined with their theoretical blood relationship, suggests a connection that transcends their mutual animosity, a connection neither boy recognized, but that nevertheless shaped their intertwined destinies. Their contrasting upbringings, Harry raised without knowledge of the wizarding world, Draco immersed in its most traditional elements, created a natural experiment. Two boys of similar age and potentially shared blood, raised in radically different environments, developed into wizards with dramatically different values and choices. This contrast highlights Dumbledore's belief that it is our choices that show what we truly are, far more than our abilities, or, we might add, our bloodlines. The physical resemblance between the two boys offers another subtle clue to their potential relationship. Both are described as slender and pale, with fine features, while Harry has his father's black hair and his mother's green eyes, and Draco the white blonde hair characteristic of the Malfoys. Their underlying physical types share similarities that might reflect their common ancestry. As the night deepens and our exploration of wizarding genealogy draws to a close, we are left to contemplate the web of connections that unite even those who perceive themselves as fundamentally opposed. The theoretical cousinship of Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy reminds us that in the wizarding world, as in our own, the boundaries we create between ourselves and others often obscure deeper connections that lie beneath the surface. As you drift toward sleep, perhaps you might consider what connections might exist in your own life between yourself and those you consider most different from you. What shared ancestors, experiences, or values might you discover if you traced the invisible lines of connection that run beneath the visible differences that seem to separate you? Chapter 9. How Dementors Were Created During an Immortality Experiment. In the darkest corners of magical history, where forbidden knowledge melds with desperate ambition, we find the shadows deepening into forms that perhaps were never meant to exist. Among these abominations, none inspire greater dread than the Dementors, those hooded figures that drift through the wizarding world, feeding on happiness and leaving only despair in their wake. The canonical explanation for these creatures is remarkably sparse. They are simply presented as beings that have always existed, forces of nature as inevitable as death itself. But what if their origins lie not in the natural order, but in the catastrophic failure of wizard-kind's most forbidden pursuit, the quest for immortality? According to what little is documented in wizarding texts, Dementors are classified as non-beings, creatures that were never truly alive, and thus cannot be killed. They drain peace, hope, and happiness from the air around them. They feed on positive human emotions, and can, with their most terrible weapon, the Dementor's kiss, extract and consume a human soul, leaving the victim in a permanent vegetative state. These abilities suggest not a natural evolution, but a deliberate, if perhaps unintended, creation. The theory we explore tonight proposes that Dementors were born from a magical experiment gone horribly wrong, specifically, an attempt to achieve immortality through the manipulation of the soul. The timing of this experiment likely occurred during the medieval period, an era when the boundaries between dark and light magic were less clearly defined, and when many wizards pursued knowledge that would later be classified as forbidden. To understand how such an experiment might have created the Dementors, we must consider what we know about magical approaches to immortality. The canonical wizarding world presents several paths to extending life beyond its natural span. Nicholas Flamel created the Philosopher's Stone, which produced the elixir of life. Voldemort created Horcruxes, splitting his soul to anchor himself to the mortal realm. These methods share a common focus on preserving the soul's connection to the physical world. But what if an earlier, less refined approach existed? What if a wizard or group of wizards attempted to achieve immortality, not by preserving their own souls, but by harvesting the life force of others? This theory suggests that Dementors began as a magical construct designed to extract and transfer life energy, a tool in service of a dark immortality ritual. The experiment might have proceeded thus. First, the creation of a magical vessel designed to extract life energy from living beings. This vessel would need to be able to separate the life force or soul from the body without destroying it. Then, this harvested energy would be transferred to the experimenter, theoretically extending their life and power. But something went catastrophically wrong. Perhaps the vessels developed a form of sentience. Perhaps the concentration of harvested soul energy created an unintended form of consciousness. Whatever the specific mechanism, the vessels transformed from tools into autonomous entities. The first Dementors, no longer bound by the will of their creator, they continued to perform the only function they knew, extracting positive emotional energy and souls from humans. Evidence for this theory can be found in the very nature of Dementors. Their feeding behavior suggests a fundamental hunger that cannot be satisfied, an emptiness at their core that must be filled with the positive emotions they extract from others. This insatiable need mirrors the desperate hunger for life that would drive a wizard to create such entities in the first place. Consider too the Dementor's kiss, their ability to extract and consume a human soul. This power seems uniquely tailored to the requirements of an immortality experiment. What better way to transfer soul energy than through a mechanism that could completely remove it from its original vessel? The fact that this extraction leaves the victim's body alive, but empty further, suggests a process designed for the transference rather than the destruction of the soul. The hooded, spectral appearance of Dementors offers another clue. Their form, or lack thereof, beneath their cloaks has never been clearly described. This amorphous quality suggests beings that were never fully formed, entities that exist in a liminal state between life and death. This would align with their origins as magical constructs that developed an unintended form of existence. The medieval timing of this theoretical experiment fits with what we know of wizarding history. This was an era when many of the darkest magical innovations occurred, before the establishment of strict ministry regulations. The ministry's later decision to use Dementors as guards at Azkaban might reflect not just convenience but a form of containment, keeping these dangerous entities bound to a specific location where they could be monitored, their numbers controlled. Who might have conducted such an experiment? The most likely candidates would be powerful dark wizards of the medieval period. Herpole the Foul, creator of the first basilisk, and possibly the first Horcrux, lived in ancient Greece, but his magical innovations may have inspired later dark wizards. Morgana, a powerful dark sorceress often associated with soul magic, has been mentioned in wizarding history. Perhaps most intriguing is the possibility that the experiment was conducted not by an individual, but by a cabal of wizards working together. A dark counterpart to the alchemical partnership of Nicholas Flamel and Dumbledore that would later create the Philosopher's Stone. The location of this fateful experiment likely remains hidden, perhaps one of the many unplottable locations in magical Britain, or in a structure long since destroyed. But certain regions have historically attracted more Dementors than others, notably the North Sea where Azkaban is located. These might be geographical echoes of their origin point, places where the thin boundary between life and death was first ruptured by the failed experiment. If Dementors were indeed created during an immortality experiment, this raises profound questions about the nature of existence in the wizarding world. The ability to create entities that can consume souls suggests a terrifying degree of power over the most fundamental aspects of being. It suggests that wizards once possessed knowledge that has since been deliberately suppressed, knowledge deemed too dangerous for any witch or wizard to wield. The Ministry's decision to employ Dementors takes on a more complex significance in light of this theory. Were they attempting to control a population of dangerous entities that would otherwise grow unchecked? Was Azkaban chosen as their base, not merely for its isolation, but because it already possessed magical properties that could contain or limit the Dementors' abilities? The Ministry's willingness to work with such creatures suggests either a remarkable moral compromise or a desperate attempt at containment disguised as employment. Most chilling is the implication for the wizards, who may have become the first Dementors, if they were indeed the originators of the experiment, transformed by their own magic into the soulless creatures we know today. Their fate represents the ultimate cautionary tale about the pursuit of immortality. In seeking to transcend death, they became something neither alive nor dead, entities existing in a perpetual state of hunger for the humanity they lost. As the night deepens and shadows seem to lengthen across the corners of the room, we are left to consider the terrible irony of the Dementor's creation. Beings born from the desperate desire to extend life, now existing only to feed on the very essence of what makes life worth living: happiness, hope, love. Their presence in the wizarding world serves as a constant reminder of magic's capacity to distort the natural order when wielded with hubris and desperation. As you drift toward sleep, perhaps you might ponder what other magical experiments might have created the mysterious creatures that populate the wizarding world, and what forgotten knowledge might still lie dormant in ancient grimoires, waiting for the touch of a wizard too ambitious, too hungry for power, to heed the warnings written in the shadows of history. Chapter 10. The reason nearly headless Nick chose to become a ghost. As the castle grows quiet, and the silvery forms of Hogwarts' resident spirits drift through ancient stone walls, we turn our attention to one of the most beloved and peculiar of these spectral inhabitants, Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, better known to generations of students as nearly headless Nick. His jovial demeanor and distinctive partial decapitation have made him an iconic figure within Gryffindor Tower, but beneath the supernatural spectacle and good-natured complaints about his botched beheading lies a profound mystery. Why did Sir Nicholas choose to remain behind as a ghost, rather than going on, as so many others have done? The canonical information about ghostly existence in the wizarding world is relatively sparse but significant, as nearly headless Nick himself explained to Harry Potter after Sirius Black's death. Becoming a ghost is a choice, a decision to leave behind an imprint of oneself upon the earth, rather than embarking on whatever lies beyond the veil of death. Nick described this choice as one made out of fear, a refusal to accept one's fate and clinging to life. He also acknowledged it as a mistake and a pale imitation of true living. What we know of Nick's history offers important context for this choice. He was executed on October 31st, 1492, after a magical attempt to straighten the teeth of Lady Grieve went disastrously wrong, causing her to grow tusks. His execution was botched, requiring 45 blows of a blunt axe to partially sever his head, leaving him nearly, but not quite, headless. This gruesome end came after he had served as a wizard in the royal court, a position of considerable prestige during the late 15th century. But these facts alone do not explain why a court wizard, a man presumably familiar with death and magical understanding of what might lie beyond, would choose the half-existence of ghosthood. The theory we explore tonight suggests that Nick's decision was motivated by far more than a simple fear of death or attachment to life. It proposes that Sir Nicholas remained behind because of an unfulfilled magical obligation, a wizarding oath that bound him beyond death itself. In medieval magical society, wizarding oaths carried tremendous power. Unlike the unbreakable vow of modern times, which results in immediate death if broken, ancient magical oaths could bind a wizard to fulfill their promise even if it took centuries. Such oaths were particularly common among those who served in positions of power, like a court wizard to nobility or royalty. What might this oath have entailed? The most likely possibility is that Sir Nicholas swore to protect the royal family he served, perhaps specifically a young heir to the throne. In 1492, Henry VII was King of England, and his eldest son Arthur was around 5 years old. If Nicholas had sworn a magical oath to protect the Tudor line, or the young prince specifically, his sudden execution would have left this oath unfulfilled. This theory gains credibility when we consider Nick's house affiliation. As the ghost of Gryffindor, he embodies the qualities of courage, chivalry, and dedication to duty. What could be more aligned with these values than choosing centuries of spectral existence to fulfill an oath of protection. It would explain not only his initial decision to remain, but also his continued presence at Hogwarts for over 500 years. But why Hogwarts specifically? If Nicholas was bound to protect the royal line, why haunt a school rather than the royal residences? Here, the theory suggests an intriguing connection between the Tudor royal family and Hogwarts itself. Given what we know about wizarding secrecy, it's entirely possible that some royal children with magical ability were secretly sent to Hogwarts under assumed names for their education. Nicholas, bound by his oath, would have followed to continue his protection. Alternatively, Nicholas might have sworn to protect magical knowledge itself, to ensure that certain secrets or abilities were passed down to worthy heirs. As a court wizard, in an era when tensions between the magical and non-magical communities were rising, he may have seen Hogwarts as the safest repository for such knowledge. His presence in Gryffindor specifically might indicate that the knowledge or abilities he was protecting were aligned with that house's values and magical strengths. The partial nature of Nick's beheading takes on additional significance in this theory. In many magical traditions, an incomplete death creates a liminal state, caught between worlds, that can actually strengthen certain magical bonds. If Nicholas was bound by a powerful oath, his botched execution might have intensified rather than released this magical obligation, making it impossible for him to move on until the terms were fulfilled. Further evidence for this theory can be found in Nick's behavior over the centuries. Despite his complaints about the limitations of ghostly existence, he has remained dedicated to Gryffindor House, serving as a guide and mentor to generations of students. He takes his responsibilities seriously, from welcoming first years to representing Gryffindor in ghostly matters. This ongoing commitment to service suggests a deeper purpose than merely clinging to life. His conversation with Harry after Sirius's death reveals another layer. When Harry asked if Sirius could return as a ghost, Nick explained that only wizards who fear death choose to remain. But was he speaking the complete truth? Or was he simplifying a complex magical reality for a grieving 15-year-old? Perhaps Nick understood that Harry, unlike himself, had no unfulfilled magical obligation that would justify the half-life of a ghost. The theory becomes even more intriguing when we consider the nature of Nick's Death Day celebrations. These elaborate events, complete with rotten food that ghosts can almost taste, suggest an annual magical ritual rather than a mere commemoration. The date, Halloween, coincides with ancient beliefs about the thinning of the veil between worlds. Perhaps these celebrations serve a magical purpose, renewing Nick's ability to remain on the earthly plane while he continues to fulfill his oath. If this theory is correct, it raises profound questions about the nature of magical obligations in the wizarding world. Can they truly bind beyond death? Are there other ghosts who remain because of unfulfilled oaths rather than fear? Most poignantly, what would it take for Sir Nicholas to finally be released from his obligation and move on to whatever awaits beyond? The answer might lie in the details of his original oath. If he swore to protect a bloodline, perhaps that line must come to its natural end before he can be released. If he swore to protect certain knowledge, perhaps it must either be passed on to a worthy successor, or lost forever if no longer needed. Or perhaps, in the crueler possibility, his oath binds him indefinitely, a permanent guardian of Gryffindor Tower and its inhabitants. Nearly headless Nick's jovial exterior masks what may be a profound sacrifice, centuries of spectral existence, neither truly alive nor able to experience what lies beyond death, all in service of a magical obligation sworn in life and binding beyond the grave. His choice reflects the deepest values of Gryffindor House: courage in the face of eternity, loyalty that transcends death itself, and a commitment to duty regardless of personal cost. As the night deepens and thoughts begin to drift toward dreams, we are left to wonder about the true nature of Sir Nicholas's choice and what it reveals about the profound magic of binding oaths in the wizarding world. What promises might be so sacred, so essential, that they would compel a wizard to remain earthbound for centuries rather than move on to whatever adventure awaits beyond the veil. As sleep approaches, perhaps you might consider what obligation would be significant enough for you to make the same choice as nearly headless Nick. What promise would be worth 5 centuries of spectral existence, watching the living world change while remaining forever apart from it? Chapter 11. Why the Room of Requirement was Ravenclaw's personal study. As moonlight slants through the ancient windows of Hogwarts Castle, illuminating corridors where countless generations of magical minds have wandered in search of knowledge, we turn our attention to perhaps the most enigmatic chamber within these venerable walls, the Room of Requirement. This remarkable space, which appears only when one has real need of it and comes equipped with whatever the seeker requires, has played a crucial role in the recent history of Hogwarts. Yet its origins remain shrouded in mystery. Tonight, we explore the compelling theory that this magical chamber was originally created as Rowena Ravenclaw's personal study, a sanctuary where one of the greatest magical intellects in wizarding history could pursue knowledge without limitation. The canonical information about the Room of Requirement tells us it is located on the 7th floor, opposite the tapestry of Barnabas, the Barmy, attempting to teach trolls ballet. To access it, one must walk past the blank wall 3 times while concentrating on what one needs. The room's most remarkable feature is its adaptability. It can become nearly anything the seeker requires, from a storage chamber filled with centuries of hidden objects, to a training ground for Dumbledore's army, to a simple bathroom when Hogwarts facilities are too distant for comfort. What canon does not tell us, however, is who created this extraordinary space or why. The theory we explore suggests that Rowena Ravenclaw, renowned for her wisdom and creativity, designed this chamber as her ultimate expression of magical innovation, a space that could adapt to the specific requirements of her ever-curious mind. Several aspects of the Room of Requirement align remarkably well with what we know of Ravenclaw's character and magical interests. First and foremost is the room's primary function, to provide knowledge and resources to those who seek them. This perfectly embodies Ravenclaw's famous words, "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." What greater gift could she leave to future generations of students than a room that provides exactly what they need to learn and grow? The location of the room on the 7th floor is significant as well. 7 is the most magically powerful number, and in medieval magical architecture, the 7th floor was often reserved for a building's most important spaces. The proximity to Ravenclaw Tower cannot be coincidental. Both occupy the heights of the castle, symbolic of the pursuit of higher knowledge that Ravenclaw valued above all else. The method of accessing the room, walking past 3 times while concentrating, bears the hallmarks of Ravenclaw's approach to magic. Unlike Gryffindor's straightforward passwords or Slytherin's parcel-tongue command, Ravenclaw's entrance method requires focused thought and clear intention. It tests the mind rather than breeding or bravery. This aligns with the entrance to Ravenclaw Tower itself, which requires solving a riddle rather than simply knowing a password. Perhaps most telling is the room's incredible adaptability. Of the 4 founders, Ravenclaw was described as the most innovative and creative. While Gryffindor valued courage, Hufflepuff valued hard work, and Slytherin valued cunning, Ravenclaw prized the creative intellect above all. The Room of Requirement represents magical innovation at its finest, responsive, intuitive, and seemingly unlimited in its capabilities. It is, in essence, the perfect expression of Ravenclaw's magical philosophy. But if the room was originally Ravenclaw's personal study, why would she create a space that others could access? The answer may lie in her vision for Hogwarts itself. Unlike Slytherin, who wished to restrict magical education to those of pure blood, Ravenclaw believed that those who sought knowledge should find it. Her famous diadem, which enhanced the wisdom of the wearer, demonstrated her belief that wisdom could be amplified and shared. The Room of Requirement extends this philosophy, providing resources to anyone with sufficient need and determination to find it. The historical timing adds another layer to this theory. The The founders lived during the early medieval period, when witch hunts were becoming increasingly common. A magical space that could remain hidden from those who didn't know to seek it would have been invaluable for protecting rare magical books, artifacts, and experiments from those who might destroy them. As a repository of knowledge that could vanish and reappear as needed, the room would have been the perfect solution to preserving magical wisdom through dangerous times. Ravenclaw's personal history provides additional context for why she might have created such a space. Unlike the other founders, who have more documented personal histories, Ravenclaw remains somewhat mysterious. We know she had a daughter, Helena, who stole her diadem and fled to Albania. We know Ravenclaw died, it is said, of a broken heart after this betrayal. Perhaps the Room of Requirement was created during this period of personal crisis, a space where she could retreat to process her grief, to continue her work despite her emotional devastation, or even to attempt magical means of locating her daughter and the stolen diadem. The room's ability to transform into anything the seeker needs suggests a profound understanding of transfiguration magic. Historical records indicate that Ravenclaw excelled in this field, pioneering techniques that would not become common knowledge for centuries. The room might represent her magnum opus, a space permanently enchanted to transfigure itself according to the needs of the user, drawing on magic similar to but far more advanced than the undetectable extension charms used in modern times. If the room was indeed Ravenclaw's personal study, this would explain one of its most curious features, its ability to contain items hidden by generations of Hogwarts inhabitants. After Ravenclaw's death, the room might have become a legend among students, who discovered that it could serve as the perfect hiding place. Over centuries, the room in its storage configuration accumulated thousands of hidden objects, a physical archive of Hogwarts' secret history. The room's connection to Ravenclaw might also explain why it played such a crucial role in the final battle against Voldemort. The diadem, Ravenclaw's most famous creation, and one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, was hidden and ultimately destroyed there. There is a poetic symmetry to this, Ravenclaw's most personal space becoming the site where her corrupted creation was finally cleansed of dark magic. This theory also offers a new perspective on Helena Ravenclaw, the Grey Lady of Ravenclaw Tower. Her bitter regret over stealing her mother's diadem might have been compounded by knowledge of this magnificent space, another of her mother's creations that she had rejected in her jealousy and ambition. Perhaps in death, Helena chose to remain at Hogwarts, not only to be near the diadem, but also to be close to her mother's greatest architectural achievement, the Room of Requirement. If Ravenclaw did indeed create the room as her personal study, one question remains: why is this not common knowledge among Hogwarts students and staff? The answer may lie in Ravenclaw's own preference for privacy. Unlike Gryffindor with his sword or Slytherin with his Chamber of Secrets, Ravenclaw might have chosen not to attach her name to her creation. True wisdom, after all, often seeks no recognition. The room itself, with its requirement of need, rather than password or heritage, embodies this philosophy, accessible not through name or status, but through genuine necessity. As the night deepens and our exploration of this ancient mystery draws to a close, we can imagine Rowena Ravenclaw in her hidden sanctuary, surrounded by books and instruments of her own design, pursuing knowledge that even now, 1,000 years later, modern witches and wizards are still striving to rediscover. The Room of Requirement stands as her enduring legacy, not a static monument, but a living space that continues to serve those who, like her, seek knowledge and understanding above all else. As you drift towards sleep, perhaps you might consider what room would appear before you if you walked past that 7th-floor corridor, concentrating on your deepest need. And what might that reveal about your own connection to the legacy of Rowena Ravenclaw, whose greatest gift to Hogwarts may have been a room that knows us better than we know ourselves? Chapter 12. The Unknown Powers of Gryffindor's Sword. In the stillness that precedes dawn, when the magical world hovers between darkness and light, our thoughts turn to perhaps the most iconic magical artifact associated with Hogwarts' brave founder, the sword of Godric Gryffindor. Its gleaming silver blade and ruby-encrusted hilt have flashed through pivotal moments in Harry Potter's journey, from the depths of the Chamber of Secrets to the frozen pond in the Forest of Dean. We know it is goblin-made, that it can destroy Horcruxes after imbibing basilisk venom, and that it presents itself to worthy Gryffindors in times of need. But what if these well-documented properties are merely the surface of the sword's capabilities? What if Godric Gryffindor, one of history's most powerful wizards, imbued his legendary weapon with magical powers far beyond what has been revealed? The canonical information about the sword establishes several remarkable properties. Created by Ragnuk I, the finest goblin silversmith of his time, the sword is made of pure silver with rubies set into its hilt. Like all goblin-made objects, it imbibes only that which strengthens it, most notably the basilisk venom that allowed it to destroy Horcruxes. It appears to those who demonstrate true Gryffindor qualities in moments of great need, seemingly able to transport itself across great distances to do so. And despite its age, over 1,000 years, it remains perfectly preserved, its blade untarnished and its edge undulled. These properties alone would make it an extraordinary magical object. But when we consider Godric Gryffindor himself, his magical prowess and historical significance, it seems unlikely that his signature weapon would possess only these abilities, remarkable though they are. The theory we explore tonight suggests that the sword contains layers of enchantment and purpose that have yet to be fully revealed or understood, even by those who have wielded it. The first unexplored power may relate to the sword's ability to judge worthiness. We know it presents itself to true Gryffindors in times of need, but the mechanism of this judgment remains mysterious. Does the sword possess a form of sentience, able to evaluate character and intention? Or did Gryffindor create a complex magical algorithm, defining specific qualities and situations that would trigger the sword's appearance? The distinction is significant. A truly sentient magical object would be extraordinarily rare and powerful, suggesting magical innovation beyond even what we attribute to Gryffindor. Consider the moments when the sword has appeared. Harry received it from the Sorting Hat in the Chamber of Secrets, after demonstrating exceptional courage. Neville pulled it from the same hat during the Battle of Hogwarts, after standing up to Voldemort himself. These instances suggest that the sword responds specifically to acts of defiance against overwhelming evil, not just any demonstration of bravery. This specificity points to a more nuanced enchantment than is commonly acknowledged. The sword's affinity with the Sorting Hat presents another mystery. How did these two artifacts become connected? One theory suggests that both were created simultaneously as a linked pair, the hat to identify potential Gryffindors at the beginning of their magical education, and the sword to come to their aid when they fully embodied the house's virtues. This connection might enable other, unexplored magical interactions between the two objects. The ruby-encrusted hilt deserves particular attention. Rubies have significant magical properties in many traditions, associated with protection, strength, and courage, Gryffindor's defining virtue. In ancient magical practice, rubies were believed to warn their owners of danger by darkening in color. Might the rubies in Gryffindor's sword serve a similar function, perhaps glowing when in proximity to dark magic or deceit? This would explain why the sword presented itself at particular moments in the fight against Voldemort. It may have been responding to peaks in dark magical activity. The sword's goblin-made nature suggests additional unexplored capabilities. Goblin metallurgy is known to incorporate magic beyond what wizards typically achieve with metal. The sword's ability to absorb substances that strengthen it is one manifestation of this, but what if it has absorbed other substances throughout its long history besides basilisk venom? What if each worthy Gryffindor who wielded it left an imprint of their own magic, their own courage, creating a layered magical signature that grows more powerful with each use? This would explain why Voldemort never attempted to use the sword himself, despite his obsession with powerful magical artifacts. Perhaps he sensed that the accumulated magical signature of generations of light wizards would make it unusable for his purposes, or even dangerous to him. The sword may carry within it an inherent opposition to dark magic, not just through its basilisk venom, but through its very magical essence. The sword's unbreakable nature suggests another potential power, the ability to cut through magical barriers and enchantments. In many magical traditions, a sufficiently powerful blade can sever not just physical objects, but magical bonds and curses. Might Gryffindor's sword be capable of breaking powerful enchantments, perhaps even those as binding as an unbreakable vow, or as ancient as blood magic? This would make it not just a weapon against physical threats, but a tool for magical liberation, aligned perfectly with Gryffindor's values of freedom and courage. Another intriguing possibility relates to the sword's connection to Gryffindor himself. Many ancient magical traditions held that a wizard's primary weapon contained a fragment of their magical essence, not unlike a Horcrux, but created without dark magic. If Gryffindor imbued the sword with a portion of his own magical ability, it might serve as more than a weapon. It could function as a magical amplifier, enhancing the natural talents and powers of its worthy wielder. This would explain why Harry was able to slay the basilisk as a mere second-year student. The sword may have temporarily augmented his magical abilities and reflexes. It might also explain why Neville, previously considered less magically adept than many of his peers, was able to play such a pivotal role in the final battle. Perhaps the sword recognized and amplified the latent magical potential that had always existed within him. The sword's ability to transport itself also deserves deeper examination. We know it can appear inside the Sorting Hat across great distances, but the full extent of this transportation ability remains unexplored. Can it respond to a worthy Gryffindor's need anywhere in the world? Are there limitations to its range or the circumstances under which it can appear? The implications are significant. A magical object that can bypass normal magical transportation restrictions would be extraordinarily valuable, particularly in situations where apparition or portkeys are blocked. Perhaps most tantalizingly, the sword's full combat capabilities have never been fully demonstrated. We see it used to slay a basilisk and behead Nagini, but these are relatively straightforward applications. Many legendary swords in both magical and Muggle mythology possessed abilities like calling down lightning, summoning helpful magical creatures, or temporarily bestowing invulnerability upon their wielders. As the personal weapon of one of history's greatest duelists, Gryffindor's sword likely possesses combat enchantments beyond mere sharpness and durability. The historical context of the sword's creation offers additional clues to its potential powers. Created during the early days of Hogwarts, it emerged from a time when the magical and Muggle worlds were not yet formally separated. Godric Gryffindor lived during a period of significant conflict and persecution. His sword may have been designed not just for magical combat, but as a tool for protecting vulnerable magical communities from Muggle threats, perhaps capable of creating protective enchantments or temporary magical barriers around those in need of shelter. If these theoretical powers exist, why haven't they been documented or utilized in recent times? Perhaps because the sword, like many ancient magical artifacts, reveals its abilities gradually to each wielder, based on their need and readiness. Harry and Neville, despite their courage, were still young wizards early in their magical development. The sword may have limited itself to the capabilities they could safely handle and understand. Or perhaps some of these powers can only be activated through specific magical knowledge, incantations or gestures known to Gryffindor but lost over the centuries. The sword may be waiting for a wielder who rediscovers these activation methods, who unlocks the full spectrum of abilities that Godric Gryffindor built into his legendary weapon a millennium ago. As dawn begins to break, and our exploration of the sword's mysteries draws to a close, we are left with a vision of Gryffindor's blade, not just as a historical curiosity or convenient Horcrux destroyer, but as one of the most sophisticated magical creations in wizarding history, a multifaceted tool designed by a visionary founder to protect, empower, and guide generations of worthy students long after his death. As sleep approaches and consciousness begins to fade, perhaps you might wonder if you found yourself holding the sword of Gryffindor in a moment of great need. What unknown powers might it reveal to you? What aspects of your own character might call forth abilities from the blade that have remained dormant for centuries, waiting for precisely the right combination of courage, need, and magical affinity to manifest once more?